Okay. I was scared because I turned off cloud storage for the game because I was trying to use somebody else's save files, and I just turned it back on, and when I turned it back on, it was like... I was worried for a second that it was gonna take my old, like, cloud storage save and, like, overwrite my current one, but... it's fine. God, that would have been fucking so despair, bro. I would have crashed the fuck out. Alright, yeah, let me change the skins. There was some setting I was thinking I wanted to change. Oh yeah, the weapon skins. True.
Resident Evil.
I'll be skipping cutscenes. I don't know. I might watch the cutscenes again, or at least some of them. There's definitely some cutscenes I'll probably skip that I don't really care for, but oh yeah, we can also is there really only 2 costumes that you can unlock? Or maybe you have to do stuff to unlock other ones? Actually, no, because it would say, right? That's kind of a shame. I mean, whatever. There's going to be a million mods for the game anyways, so I guess it doesn't really matter. See, the thing is, like, this master manual on Grace, it says effects are automatically applied, so, like, you can just permanently get 50 more blood on Grace, I guess, even on... I mean, I think I'll just unlock this. It'll make Insanity slightly easier. I guess it's technically not new game if I use this, but I mean, I don't think 50 more blood is gonna make much of a difference regardless. I mean, I want to try to do it without any of these unlockables. Oh yeah, apparently this tracker thing also is like a permanent upgrade, I think. Damn, you get 40,000 for beating it on Insanity. Damn. Complete the story without Grace using the blood collector. Honestly, we could have just done this. We could have done these on our last playthrough. Well, maybe, I don't know. Without using herbs or meta injectors seems... I mean, that means you can't heal the entire time, right? Because there's no... Because the thing is, like, wasn't... I can't remember. In the other games, was it, like, no healing the entire run, or... I could have sworn you could... It was, like, don't use first aid sprays, but you could still use... I guess you could use the steroids to heal yourself. You would heal on the end of the chapter? Oh, okay. Hmm. Let the sweet pear hear the voice. What the hell does that even mean? Go back to weapons and scroll down. Oh, yeah. Infinite ammo, infinite durability, infinite RPG. Oh yeah, and then you also have the advanced tuning, which is tied to the Mr. Raccoon. Alright.
Resident Evil.
Well, shall we do it, chat? Shall we try it out? Here we go. Yeah, there's bonus weapons for Grace.
Sir.
Yeah, we gotta see the costumes and the cutscenes.
Grace! Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered.
Like the noir dress more? Yeah, same.
And I know it'll be upsetting for you.
You can always change it.
Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all.
Change skin. Hey, you guys were the one who asked for this, alright? I think you have to go to the main menu to change the outfit, though. I don't think you can just change it whenever, sadly.
Oh, sorry.
We'll use this one for a little while. I'm probably going to change to the film noir after a bit. Maybe once I get to, like, a save file.
Yeah, that's right.
It should be around here.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh my god, there is an item here.
That asshole? What the hell are you interested
So, what happened with the miss? Oh man, she was pissed. She forgave me in the end.
I wonder if the NPCs always walk the same way. If you get hit by them, you lose time. The hat is good for the rain. True. That's my rain hat.
Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just a sec.
Oh, you're FBI?
Yeah.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh? Mm-hmm. It's the 5th one now, right? I heard they all have the same weird bruises, so you think it's something infectious, or terrorism, or... Why else would the FBI be investigating, right? Hey, are you with me?
Oh, there might be answers inside.
Yeah, sure, right. Be careful in there. Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah, thanks. Why am I even here?
Already speedrunning strats. It's weird. I feel like there is some cursed movement tech that you could do in this game. I don't really fully understand how though, how it works. It's just when you like turn a direction, I feel like you get like a speed boost almost. Might just be like a visual thing though. Pot. Well, Spicy was talking about something else. You can like spam aim with the gun to like speed yourself up, but or well, I mean I don't know if it's actually faster. It's faster on staircase. Okay, I don't think we need to loot any. I don't think there's anything to loot in here.
I can't. No, it's too much. Come on, Grace.
Don't think this will be a good start for a speedrun. Yeah, the intro is not great. I mean, it's not terrible. It probably takes... I don't know how long the intro takes. It's not that long. It's longer than RE8. I mean, I guess it depends what you consider the end of the intro. Oh my god, what am I doing? I gotta read the note. All this is cutscene. Well, yeah. I mean, that's not what we're talking about, though. I'm obviously not including the cutscenes as part of the intro in my consideration.
What do I do?
There's a coin here. Oh, we have the gun now. Yeah, see how, like, when you aim, you, like, go... It's weird, it only does it in, like, certain spots, though. Like... Why is it... What the... Is it because I'm, like, a... Does it not work going down? That's the speedrun strat, you won't watch it. See, am I, like... I guess it's because I'm... too close to the stairs or something? Yeah, it's pretty cursed, for sure. I wonder if there's I wonder if there's any other antique coins. Or if it's just those two. Yeah, it seems like if you're too close to an object. That is so horrible. If that's actually faster, I feel like that... I don't know, that's fucked.
What?
I mean, if it's just on staircases, that's okay. I don't know though, it does actually feel like pretty fast if you're doing like the rhythm correctly.
Anne,
Hi, Mom.
you have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
No costumes here. This is
I'm almost
this is
done.
past
Second.
Grace
What am I gonna do with you?
before she turned into Lady
You
D.
always do. Nag at me until I go to bed.
Yeah, why is she wearing shoes on the bed? Is it because they didn't want to show off her bare feet?
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Socks? What is that?
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time. Stay close.
Mom, wait.
Grace, come on, keep moving.
Are there any antique coins around here?
I'm coming.
Grace, hurry. Keep moving.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
What the hell, Mom?
No, Grace, no. Grace, stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
What did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another
Oh,
way
you
out.
can skip this cutscene. I probably
Grace,
should
come
just
on.
skip this part. But,
Come on in, Grace.
I'm going
Why?
No, don't go.
Why what?
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder.
Am I looking for
No,
strats?
murders.
No, I just kind of want to see what this difficulty is like more than
Let's go to the
anything.
hotel. Yes, hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, God. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in.
Ready to hear you rage? Spicy was very unhappy. Yeah, I heard.
I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't.
Yeah, where does this fucking guy come from? You know what? I'm actually curious.
Found you.
I don't know if it's possible to like look at to like watch these cutscenes from like if you can mod it so you can view the cutscene from like a different angle, but I mean I imagine the guy just like spawns out of thin air probably. There's a 207 run up for the game. Yeah, I mean, people are going to be posting runs of the game on easy difficulty. And I, quite frankly, don't really give a shit.
Sorry.
Yo, Anonymous, thank you for all the gifted subs, by the way. And Zekla, thank you for the 99 months. T60, thank you for the sub. Just not caring about speedrunning. I just don't care about the speedrun record for easy difficulty. Because on easy difficulty, it's just the game, like, the game is just like a fucking walking simulator. I mean, not actually, but I don't know. Like, the lab section at the end there with all the liquors is just... It's actually absurd how slow and stupid they were. But apparently this difficulty is really bullshit, so... I don't know. You might not be able to beat this difficulty without New Game Plus items. I mean, I know Zeke said he finished it. I don't know if he was using New Game Plus stuff or not, though.
I need to get out of here.
His description? Wait, what are you talking about, Spicy?
Something important.
Video
I'll
shows the
explain
full
later.
run from start to finish, demonstrating optimized routes, combat strategies, and inventory management. Damn, that's impressive, Spicy. You got the best possible time? Yep. It's over. Did you not finish this difficulty yet, Spicy? Are you gonna run on? Are you gonna do like easy or standard, or what are you thinking? Is this difficulty really that bad?
Sorry, officer.
Well, at least for like new game.
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do?
Messing around on casual to see how some areas work. I see. It's been easy so far. Yeah. Yeah, this difficulty seems super easy, man.
Come on! I'm stuck! Oh, wait!
Go!
Bro, how does this shit even work? Like, I swear I'm like...
Go!
Do I press D there? I don't understand. Like, dude, when I press D, it doesn't, like, do anything.
Go!
Oh, I think I understand. Wait, no, because if I let go... Okay, I don't... I guess you just have to dodge it once. Well, yeah, but the thing is, if you just try to hold it right away, it seems like he shoots you. I think you have to, like, dodge a shot first, and then you can do it. I don't know, maybe I was just too slow.
Get away! Get away from me! Oh, shit! Stay away! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you don't fall as Grace when you're in first person. So it might be faster in like the chase sections to be in first person. I don't know though. Do you run? The thing is, I'm not sure if you run the same speed when you're in first person or not in the chase sections. Yeah, Spicy, I see.
Is anyone there?
The costume is not modded? No. It's like one of the deluxe edition skins that you can get. Man, I need to get some lunch. I don't know what I want to get.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
I'm gonna decide what I want to eat, man.
Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
I could get pizza.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black watches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
Okay, I guess I'll order some pizza.
No, this is different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
All I eat is pizza. I haven't had pizza in weeks, man.
Virus researcher.
I was talking about it. I've talked about it,
I just
like
got a report of a
some of the
police
recent
officer.
streams, but I never ended up getting
Might
it.
be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
Do I tip well?
Some of the edges.
Yeah. I mean, I generally tip
Check it out.
depending on like how far away it is. If I'm ordering from somewhere close, I'll tip like $5, but if it's like a long drive, I'll tip more. A lot of the places I order from are only like a mile away from my house, so. Bro, some of these deliveries take like 5 minutes.
You almost there?
Just about. Stuck in traffic.
My first time playing?
To be shitting me.
No, I've already beaten the game twice. We're playing on the hardest difficulty now. What's my thoughts on the game? I mean, I like it. I don't know if I like this game as much as Resident Evil 8.
Oh, she's fine. I'm just taking her home.
I still like it a lot, though. By mapping speedruns in the stream, I mean, I don't know. We could try to just, like... I don't know what this difficulty is like at all. Apparently Spicy said it's super toxic.
Leon,
So-
what's your sit rep?
I'm going after Victor.
I don't know. Playing as Grace made you uninstall the game? Really? Also, this is another thing, like, you can't actually do new game in this game because after you beat the game once, which you have to beat the game once to unlock Insanity, then this, like, box, you get the box and the tracker right from the beginning. So, I like the Grace section.
Me? Never.
You start with the rare one. Oh, some of the new game plus ones you actually have to buy. I could have sworn it. I thought it said it. It's interesting that they're in the shop and not... Well, I guess Leon doesn't have an item box in this game. Well, you play as Leon a lot more in the second half of the game, more than after. Wait, compensator doesn't cost anything? Oh, right, because you normally get it as an attachment.
Whoa. What the hell, lady?
Help me!
Are you okay? What are you doing?
Already refunded it. I mean, that's fair, man. Did a lot of damage. Wait, so if I reload, where does it put me? Just out of curiosity.
Whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
You just go right away.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
But you can find tracking modules. Interesting.
Shit.
What's in this? Hold on. Gun ammo. Okay.
Get Brentwood locked down.
It was after I grabbed the... Oh wait, no, it was right
Is it
here.
something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Well, this zombie over here is being distracted by this guy getting eaten.
Shit.
Hold on.
Get Brentwood locked down.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get through this without getting hit.
He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Okay. Not that way. I think going towards the herb is better.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Would it be safer to fight them?
He's the one to thank for all the
I don't really want to
excitement.
waste all my ammo here, to tell you the truth. There's so many. Okay, how easily can I stagger them?
Get Brentwood locked down.
No, I mean, you could fight them,
Something to do with Victor?
but I am kind of curious. Like, I kind of want to approach this like a speed run, sort of, and see what it's like. Not like fully, but. Okay, yeah, definitely don't go to the left. What's up, Zarian?
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Jump on the cars.
Shit.
There is a dude. I don't actually know.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement. Shit.
Okay. I honestly think you can just hug. All right. I think we got it this
Get Brentwood
time.
locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
I think if we just go enough to the.
Shit.
Oh my god, he almost got me there.
Oh fuck. Let's make this quick.
All right, you can just go. Whatever. Good enough.
Leon, have you located Victor?
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address.
Don't want to try again while we hit the cutscene, so
We're running out of time.
I don't think I can. No kills, no money, no upgrades. Yeah. The thing is, though, there's like a forced combat section coming up as Leon. So you definitely don't want to waste any of your magnum shots at the start, I don't think. Did they give you a whole new set of ammo and gear later? I mean, yeah, like halfway through the game.
Oh, yes.
There's a program to back up save files. Okay, well, backing up a save file is not the same as using somebody else's save file. Unless the save tool allows you to use other people's saves, in which case that would have been nice, I guess, but... How do I rate the game? It's probably like, it's like a 7.5 or like an 8 out of 10 for me. I still liked it a lot, but I do have some like issues with it. I guess more so from like a speedrun perspective, but I mean, I really like the games, the RE games for speedrunning, so. Seems higher than you thought it would be. Yeah, maybe I'm being a bit generous. I don't know. I like Grace's gameplay. It still feels, you know, very Resident Evil to me. Just more like RE2 remake. I mean, Leon's gameplay is supposed to be like Resident Evil 4, which... Oh, where am I what am I doing? Wait, what's in here? Oh. Yeah, the bosses are like the one thing in the game that makes me not like it as much as Resident Evil like 7 or 8. More so 8. I feel like 8 had such good boss fights. I really like Resident Evil 8.
He's dead. Infected.
Munch, munch. Does she one-shot me if she grabs me? Probably. I mean, I figured as much. It's fucking insanity. I mean, if a giant fucking monster grabs you, you should probably die. Maybe injured? No. Wait a second. There was a bottle on the ground here in casual, wasn't there? Grace, what the fuck? Dude, oh my god. Dude, look at how bad that... Dude, what is wrong? Like, if you press S, she just, like, stops for... Like, I pressed S to turn around, and my character just comes to a halt for, like, 4 seconds straight. I don't think we have enough time here. You need to press it double? I don't know. There's for some reason she just stops for so long. Yeah, Zarian is very strange. I don't even need to crouch under that. I don't think I'm gonna... I think she's a little too fast, guys. I wonder, how do you actually do this part on Insanity? I feel like she's so fast. And it takes so long to move the cart. You make it in one go? Did you play on this difficulty? Or are you just saying that? Okay, maybe if I didn't get stuck on the thing. It was close. I don't know how close. I don't know how close I need to be. Like the interaction points for climbing up this thing is really jank. I wonder if you can like let go of it as the animation happens where like the bottle falls off. I don't think it's that tight. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. The thing is, how, like, even if is she not just gonna grab me when I, like, pick up the key? Like, she's gonna be, like, even if I manage to get the key, she's gonna be, like, right next to me. Oh my god, okay, I don't... Alright, it's a little bit further to trigger the teleport. Sound cue when she teleports. Yeah, but you might, I mean, it's not really, like, you could also just look at the wall, and then when you get past the part of the wall where she spawns, you could just turn around instead of relying on a sound cue that might end up wasting a second anyways. It's just kind of annoying to... Alright, yeah, I guess... Oh, why is she not fucking teleporting anymore? What is going on? Am I really still turning around to her? I guess I have to get like pretty close to the wall. Or maybe I was just a tiny bit too slow there. Yo, Drogon, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, I don't understand anymore. I don't fucking understand! There's an antique coin on the locker if you hop up on the table before you move it. Yeah. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? What is going on, dude? Am I too fast now? I don't fucking understand. What is happening? I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, whatever. Like, we could just do this part casually, I guess, and stop worrying about this. But I mean, yeah, maybe there is like difficulty adjustment, but we loaded the save as well, and it didn't make a difference. Is it random? Bro, Grace, what the fuck? I mean, dude, there's... Oh, Jesus. It seems a lot harder. Well, the thing is, you can just... If you take your time, you can just lose her, right? And then you can just do it without her even being there. But it's so strange. Like, why does she... Well, I mean, guys, we're not, like... Routing this game is going to take a lot of time. We're not... I mean, I kind of just want to play the difficulty, you know? But I also like, I mean, I don't mind testing strats and stuff, but I don't know what the fuck's going on here. And I don't want to spend like hours trying to test this. I mean, surely it wouldn't take that long, but... You can crouch under the thing? Yeah, I know, I know I can crouch under it. That's why I crouched. Oh my. Maybe somehow it's like different on first person? Because yeah, I mean, you can just bait her into the light, and then you can go, and I'm pretty sure it's fine. It's like totally fine. Unless she's gonna show up in front of us here. It's not fast though.
This way, no, this way, no, this way.
Guess it's not far enough forward. Yeah, it just needs to be more. Oh my god. God, why is this so jank, dude?
Yes. Can't hurt to pick some. Yes.
Hold on, my food's here. Okay, I'm back. Lady gonna chill? Oh, I can't move this anymore? You said there's a coin on top of the... Coin on top of the locker? Doesn't seem like it. Also, I just realized, did I not pick up the fucking antique coins? On the, I didn't pick up the... Oh my god, chat, I didn't pick up the 2 fucking antique coins at the start of the game.
This looks important. Oh, maybe...
Restart? I mean, honestly, if we just skip the cutscenes, we could get back here in probably like 10 minutes. Not very far. Do it? Fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. Hold on, let me change the costume. I did pick up the coins? I don't think I did, dude. I picked them up in the casual playthrough.
Resident Evil.
I don't think I picked them up on the Insanity run.
Resident Evil.
Why restarting? Because I want to pick up the coins. Even though it probably doesn't matter. But they're, like, directly on the way.
It should be around here.
Unless the coins are in the item box somehow. And I did pick them up, but I don't remember... Did I... Dude, I'm fucking going crazy. Did I pick them up, or was that the casual run? I don't fucking know now. I did?
Resident Evil.
Okay. I don't know. It's all fucking blending together, man. I excited to do runs of the game? I have no idea, dude. I don't know what the... I mean, there's some sections of this game that are gonna be giga ass for the speed run. Like when you have to... Alright, hold on. Let me try to climb this thing first. Like when you're playing as Leon and you just have to shoot enemies with the sniper and wait for Grace to go through a fucking door, or like... Let's see. Oh, there is a coin up here. Turn off the light. I don't think it matters. She here?
This way, no, this way, no, this way.
Oh yeah, I think you have to like stop moving to climb this thing.
Yes.
Oh man. I didn't fucking skip the coin on the locker. Oh, and now she fucking... Oh my god, Grace. Jesus Christ! Bro! Oh my god, I gotta like bait her out, dude. I'm going too fast. Jesus Christ! Oh, right. Not here. Where am I going? Dude, and you know I wonder if those stumbles are like consistent. They always happen at the same spot, or if it's random. Yeah, you move first faster in third person, but you trip randomly. But it's not always. It's only when you're in like the chase cutscene. Oh my god, Grace, fucking move. Nice.
Come on, come on, come on!
Why don't you change view? Well, you don't run as fast when you're in first person. You still net gain distance as third person? When you're in combat, yes. It's like you literally run 3 times faster when you're in third person. It doesn't matter if you stumble a little bit. I mean, it's annoying, but you're still way faster. How much harder is it so far? I mean, we've seen one enemy. We've...
Mr. Kennedy.
Can't really tell you how hard it
Welcome.
is yet.
Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
What's up, Ark?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way.
I think Village of Shadows is harder than Requiem. I don't know, man. I haven't played this
Not long.
difficulty yet.
I just recently joined the team. We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
I do like that you could find these tracking modules around. So, I mean, we could try to do our playthrough without the New Game Plus stuff. I don't actually remember what is New Game Plus, though. I think it's... I think the Clatter... The Ghost Grudge and the Redemption? I don't know. New Game Plus in this game is so weird because... there isn't, like, a good distinction between the two. Because, I mean, at least in Resident Evil 4 Remake... The New Game Plus stuff was just in your item box, but now in this game, the New Game Plus stuff gets added to the shop, and you actually have to buy it. It's not just like an item that you just get. So, you probably... I don't know. Just I guess it's hard to make the distinction between... You have to buy it, it should be fair game. Yeah. I mean, it kind of like has to be, I guess. I mean, you could have a save file with like nothing unlocked, I suppose. It's I don't know. It's kind of awkward. Try them out, you sell full price anyways, true. Can you sell the Requiem? Ammo upgrades, refill the ammo in the gun. Oh, really? And I guess I'll buy the Marksman. I mean, we already have the thing is, the Requiem is like... It has a ton of power anyways. We already have a Magnum. Don't buy, save? I mean, what? Save fucking where? Or you mean, like, save my money? Why would... I mean... Save it for what? The Redemption uses rifle ammo. That's expensive. Kind of want to just get the shotgun. Could save for body armor. Yeah. It's effective against explosions and gunshots, though. Which it's not like we're really gonna... Case upgrade? Bro, look at my inventory. Do you think I need a case upgrade right now? How much does it cost to upgrade the ammo? 7,000.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Hard as fuck without using the box. But yeah, that's the thing, like... I don't even know, like, you can't really consider the box to be New Game Plus because the box... Like, you can't really do New Game... Like, you have to beat the game to unlock Insanity, and if you beat the game, then the box becomes available on your second run, so... I mean, I guess you could do a challenge run not to use the box at all until the point where you normally would in your first playthrough. I don't know. It's just, it's so like arbitrary. It's just so... Oh, wait, I wanted to watch... Oh, fuck. I wanted to watch that cutscene, dude. I want to eat my pizza. I just skipped it out of habit or something. Oops. Okay, it doesn't seem like the... Man, how tanky is this, man? Okay. Magnum and 2 shots is enough. Okay. Missing on... Bro, look at this guy's movement. Shut the fuck up. Dude, will the chainsaw stop spinning? Hello? Bro, this... What? Who fucking came up with this bullshit? wonder if... I wonder if the chainsaw... Because the thing is, when you use the chainsaw, sometimes Leon will put the chainsaw in the enemy and then kick them. Which makes you lose the chainsaw, and then the chainsaw fucking spins for 10 more seconds. So I wonder... Like, we might as well use the Magnum ammo here, though, because we're gonna lose, like, we give it to Grace anyways.
Nice.
Maybe you could get, like, a collateral on those two guys who come off the beds, though. Well, even if you... Bro, what is going on? Is there another... Bro, this chainsaw is so grief. What the fuck? Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder if the, like, shooting them right before they grab is consistent. Like, was it just because I used the Magnum? I don't... Chainsaw part will kill so many runs. Bro, I've been testing this for like 10 minutes. I'm sure it's probably fine. I mean, you have 5 shots of a Magnum. It's just... Okay, hold on, let's see. Where's the other guy? What? Did he not get up until... And there's this guy that comes out. Now the chainsaw fucking flip-flops for 10 minutes. So it seems like that's just on a timer. Other guy grabbed it. Man, I wonder how, like, I feel like you got to use the Magnum effectively here if you want to do this part quickly. Can you shoot the chainsaw to make it stop? Maybe? You missed me with that shot last time. That's so weird. So, as far as I can tell, it seems like the gun kills, they happen if the enemy is about to attack you and your shot would kill them, then it'll do the animation. Because, like, at the start of this fight, if I have the Magnum out and I shoot him as he's about to hit me, then it does the Magnum kill animation. But it doesn't work with the shotgun. How much damage? I think shooting it does actually stop it. Bro, what the fuck? Where does this other guy? You have to parry a lot more. I don't think you can parry, or no, you can parry the chainsaw, you're right.
Nice.
See, now it does that animation though. Dude, I don't know. I mean, we could just try to get past this part. I don't know. This part's gonna be. I don't know how you should do this part. This guy over here is to wait anyways. Well, yeah, but I mean, it depends how it's coded, right? Does the timer for this door only start after you kill all the enemies there, or is it just on a timer and it just opens regardless? Is there a heal you can grab? I don't know, is there? Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Dude, what the? I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I mean, we can see if the door is on a timer.
Nice.
Did I hear it? You know, it seems like the moment after you kill all the enemies, so it does matter how fast. The problem is the strat works, except that guy right there is a problem. Annoying. Dude, using the chainsaw kind of sucks. Like, you just get hit.
Well, that went well.
There's like nothing you could do about it. I mean, we had one more magnum shot that we could have used on that last lady instead. Let's see, does it autosave there? Whatever, I kind of want to... I'm going to try. I mean, I think... Chainsaw doesn't require ammo. True. Practice the counter? There's nothing to practice. I haven't failed it a single time. Is there still a lady out here too? Look how much damage I took there, though.
Well, that went well.
I feel like using the chainsaw is kind of RNG. Like, I actually, I don't know if it's just a chance that he does that animation. Seems like it. It might be based on the amount of hits, though, because that time, I think, yeah, I don't know.
That bastard did it again.
I mean, I'm not that worried about it right now.
How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
I wins.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on, come on!
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You sure?
He might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
It's so nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Dude, Victor is so fucking huge. Bro's like 8 feet tall.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms, too. Umbrella's curse. Shh.
I'll be fine. I hope.
This is the first run? No. This is my third run. All right. The box is here. Leon's box. I'm not sure if I need the Requiem right now or not.
It can't hurt to pick some, I guess.
You think this will be a good speedrun game? It's hard to say.
Oh, God. What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
Are you all right?
Get away!
No, no. Hold on. No. No, no. I'm sorry. What is happening here?
Oh, we have the classic music. Am I liking the game more on harder difficulty? I have barely done anything on harder difficulty so far, so I can't really say. Hey, was there an antique coin in this room? Anywhere? No, I don't think so. Thing is, I don't have a bottle for this part. I wonder if there was any bottles I could have picked up. Next is meat. You can't stagger this guy. I mean, maybe, well, I guess if we had the Magnum, we could shoot him.
It can't hurt to pick some.
Bro, you can't even stagger him with the Magnum? Are you fucking shitting me?
Can't hurt to pick
That
some.
movement tech is so
I guess.
awkward. Is there a bottle on the counter when you enter the kitchen? I don't think so. Got 3-hit combo. You know, that's not true because that was a 4-hit combo. 3-hit combo, he says. I trusted you! Headshotting him when he's out of his cutting animation. On the lower difficulties, you can shoot him whenever and he gets stunned, bro. This has, I don't think it has anything to do with him being in the animation. I guess you just gotta bait out the 4-hit combo. I mean, you normally wouldn't grab... Like, if you're actually speedrunning, you wouldn't probably grab that ink ribbon. Thing is, I don't necessarily want to waste blood in this run.
Can't hurt to pick some, I guess.
You have infinite ribbon? No, I don't. I mean, maybe if I had bought it, but I am out of... I hate... Not gonna fucking say it. I'm out of challenge points. Maybe you would... Bro, the pistol is gone? On this fucking difficulty? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? I guess you have to pick up the one in the bar? Oh, it wasn't there. What? Wait, is this the wrong... Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong spot.
Wait, this is mine.
Holy shit, can I move? Oops. I thought I could go left to right. Wait a sec, did I literally just played the game a few hours ago, but where did I get the East Wing key? Oh wait, did I forget to pick up the ruby in the chairman's office? Oh right, the unicorn box. Fuck's sakes. That's okay.
Can't hurt to pick some, I
Yeah, I used a few Molotovs in my first playthrough, if that's what you're asking. I didn't use that many, but I used some.
Wait, this is mine.
Grace, fucking move. Oh my god, what is with the movement in this? Okay. I don't know, man. First person might be better. Just for, like, dude, the movement is so... Let me actually try this in first. And parry the bites. As Grace? I don't think Grace can parry.
It can't hurt to pick some.
First is probably better overall if you were to never switch. Yeah, I think so. It's just, dude, the movement in this game in third person is like such a downgrade compared to... maybe I should just make a save. So I just don't have to keep doing this. I don't know. Can you even change the FOV? Oh, we do have the infinite ribbon. You're right. Oh my god, dude. Why is it a fucking one-hit kill if you get grabbed, bro? Oh my god, that's horrible. See, the thing is, though, that, like, right there is where first person sucks, because I can't fucking see what the zombie did. I'm pretty sure he did the, like, he has like a claw attack, and he has a grab, and depending on what attack he does, like, you're gonna have to react differently, and you can't tell if you're in first person. You can swap mid-run, yeah, but I believe for the speed run, the timer is going to continue when you pause the game. Or at least there was talks of doing that. I don't know. I don't know what the actual rule set is going to be for the speed run, but switching it takes time, and and also I don't want the run to be switching the fucking perspective 40 times. You know what I mean? Just that I feel like the movement in third person is just not, doesn't feel great. Feels like I'm running in slow motion. I think this guy has some like weird. I wanted to see if I could just bait out his attack. No, I didn't turn off the lights because I wanted to see if I could bait out his attack, but it seems like he... I don't know, he like doesn't attack. It's like the game wants you to turn the lights off. Okay, we don't need to grab that. Dude, I can't tell what did he just like, did he attack? Did he grab? I couldn't fucking tell what, like, did he even do anything? Did he actually swing? I couldn't tell what he did. He lunged? Yeah, but it didn't look like... I don't know, I couldn't tell what he was doing there. Why is it so hard? I mean, guys, like, we could get through this part if I just took my time. I'm just trying to do it fast, which part of the reason why I'm dying here so much. I'm a bad player? Well, you're a fucking dented chatter. I guess it's random. I don't know. Was my line bad? I made it past this guy every time before. Does he see me here? Oh my god. Okay, maybe I wasn't close enough to the wall. Bro, what the f-
Jeez.
The movement, dude, the movement, it makes it so, it's so awkward because if you press, like you need to. Does this tech not work unless you're full HP? What? Yeah, I mean, you could just shoot him with the Magnum. Probably. Or I could shoot him with the pistol. Again, like, maybe I should just play this difficulty more casually. It's just... I am curious what it's like if you're trying to actually just do this efficiently. I'm not saying that it should be easy. But the thing is, guys, I only have one shot for the Magnum. Should I just... Oh, let's just shoot any enemy that's in the way with the fucking Magnum, because that's clearly the best solution. Like, no, it's not. Dude, like, I love how he grabs me and then just grabs me again. Like, I can't even. Okay, let's try shooting him with. Well, actually, no, because we don't even have the pistol at this point. God, he recovers so fast. I mean, I can just try to. I guess maybe I should just shoot him with the Magnum, or. I mean, I'm sure you could bait out this guy's attack consistently. It's just awkward because he can either do the grab or the. Yeah, there's a pistol in the bar, but the part that we're dying at is before the bar. I wasn't close to the wall? I'm pretty sure I was as close to the wall as I could possibly be. Was I not close enough to the wall there? Hmm? Not runnable on Insanity due to one hit? I mean, people run Evil Within on Akumu and you die in one hit on that. I don't see why you couldn't do it in this game. It's just a matter of figuring it out. I think we might actually want to be closer to this guy. Because I think when you're closer, it like actually baits out the... Okay. Oops.
Wait, this is mine.
I don't know what to do here. Fucking hell, this guy is literally just complete, like... I guess I'll try to run past the singing lady. I mean, surely we need this pistol, right? Or maybe we don't, but I'm pretty sure we do. I mean, otherwise all we're gonna have is the Magnum. How many leg shots to stagger? Yeah, I don't know. I could try to shoot that guy in the legs, I guess. Is there any makeshift knives you can get before this part? Is the other gun by the dinner table? I mean, normally yes, but not on this difficulty. You have the infinite knife? Yeah, I mean, I guess I should just play the difficulty with all the New Game Plus stuff and just... I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to do this as you would on all of the other games that I've ran, which is with only the new game items. But I don't know if I'd say infinite knife is making it easy. I mean, it seems like this difficulty is kind of, you're like meant to use that stuff. But if you're meant to use that stuff, why get rid of the frickin'... Why get rid of the pistol, the other pistol anyways? Only new game items is more interesting? Well, the thing is, if this run is New Game Plus... Leon is just going to be shooting the infinite rocket launcher at everything. You're just going to one-shot everything. So, I mean, if that sounds interesting to you, sure. Seems like going close to the guy does work. All right.
Wait, this is mine.
I mean, it staggered him, but then she screamed. Painfully slow and there's nothing you can do, yeah. I shoot the screaming lady to stagger her. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go. I don't think I'm gonna try to shoot that guy that's standing in the way. I think I'll try to go to. I'm just gonna try to go straight to the left, and maybe go past the singing lady. Well, the thing is, it's not a one-hit kill if you have the knife, or if you have a knife, I think. We need this bullet? I mean, I don't know. Maybe? Okay. I have infinite knives. Yeah, but that's new game plus stuff.
Wait, this is mine.
Let's just see what this is. Was it this easy the whole time? Bro, why does that do guaranteed damage? That is so fucked up. I guess if you shoot her, it wouldn't. Wait, bro, the unicorn trinket is in a different spot? Or wait. Oh, I didn't want to fucking pick up the pencil. Wait, is that where it always is, or is that different? I thought it was right there on casual. You don't need to do this part? Well, I just want to get the fucking pencil out of my inventory. God, that is so crazy that you just die like with that. Can you drop the pencil? You can't discard it. I mean, I could run back to the item box and get rid of it. Didn't I just walk past her? Yeah, I'm gonna try to run past her. I just kind of forgot. Well, I think if you don't have a knife to get the zombie off you, you're just guaranteed dead no matter how much health you have. Could be wrong though. The pencil can't be used as a knife. Yeah, pencil only run. Okay, it seems like if you run up the center of the stairs, though, and then turn around, it dodges this guy consistently. You can't be too much to the left. Seems like if he does the grab or the attack, it's fine.
Wait, this is mine.
Bro, fuck off, man. No fucking shot, dude. What did I do? What did I do differently there? I don't even know. We're gonna be stuck here for fucking ever. Mag shot the lady so she doesn't scream. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if shooting her with the Magnum doesn't even stun her. But I could try. Aw, salad. Bro, look at this guy. What the fuck?
Wait, this is mine.
Yeah, I guess I'm dead. Guess I'm dead. Bro, this is fucked. I fucking understand what Spicy was saying, dude. What the fuck is this shit, dude? What am I doing? I'm so impatient, dude. Just wait. Wait for him to take one more fucking step. Yeah, cake. It seems like it. Devs intended free to use New Game Plus. Yeah, for sure. I mean, cause okay, you know, hold on. Let me because we have what do you get? You get an infinite knife and you get a machine pistol which has 30 bullets in it. So yeah, I mean, they probably intended for you to use the NG Plus stuff. Because I mean, you do have to beat the game once to unlock this difficulty. It's just the thing is, I mean, even, well, I don't know. RE3 Inferno is pretty bullshit, but even on Inferno, you didn't get one shot by that much stuff. Everyone uses the Magnum Inferno gives you. Yeah, but this doesn't give you... Like, Resident Evil 3 Remake has New Game Plus items as well. Wait, we don't... But the Magnum is not... I don't know. Alright, let's try to...
Wait, this is mine.
Oh, fucking move! Move! Why are you so slow? Oh my god, dude. Wasn't Village of Shadows locked on first playthrough unless you own the DLC? Yes, but you explained it with your question. If you owned the DLC, you could play it first, which clearly means that they intended for you to be able to beat Village of Shadows without using New Game Plus stuff. Oh, hi. It was hard as balls. I feel like it wasn't as BS as this, though. I mean, I don't know. We're not far enough in to really say. Maybe we should just use the New Game Plus stuff, at least just for like a casual run of this difficulty. I don't know. I'm so curious what it's like on New Game. Never really been a fan of like New Game Plus, but I mean, if I don't know. It's crazy that the scream is like, I mean, maybe it's like an AoE. It didn't do damage to me that time. Dude, dude, this room is fucked. Like, I don't fucking understand how to do this part, like, at all. Sorry, I saw you asked a question before, Cake. You were talking about the damage upgrades or something of the guns. I don't know how much the damage upgrades actually do. You'll never know how to do any part. See, it's just I think they have multiple. I think zombies have like 3 attacks because they have a slow grab, a hyper grab, and then they have. No, I mean if you figured something out here, Spicy, you can tell me. I don't mind. Hey Varjak, thank you for the 6 months. The 6 months of sub. Thank you, dude. You never grabbed this pistol? Oh, okay. All right, we'll skip this pistol then. You have to pass there again later. Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably then. See, can we just go around this corner?
This place. What if I can't get out?
Okay. Honestly, if they're gonna give you the infinite ribbon, why even like... whatever. I don't know. Strange. Wait, the thing is, we want... I wonder if the antique coin was still on the piano there. It's a knife. Rip RIP knife, a knife that yields more blood. Still the manual. Just ammo. Dirty hand.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
Dude, the fact that zombies kill you in one bite is fucking absurd. I mean, I think it's just because I don't have a knife, though. No, I mean, I think it's just because you're meant... I mean, if a zombie bites you and you have a knife, you can just stab them, right? If you don't have a knife, then you just die. Like, it does kind of feel like they really meant for you to use the New Game Plus stuff for this. No, I never said I would rather it be easy. But I mean, even Inferno, one of the most bullshit difficulties of all the RE games, still doesn't one-hit you in most situations.
Shit. Ah, Jesus.
The thing is, we have to loot this. And it's like, how am I gonna get past this guy as well? Especially if I don't have a pistol. Shoot 29? Bro, with what? You don't need to kill the zombie to get the card? I mean, I know you don't, the zombie doesn't fucking drop it, but the zombie is right next to the fucking card. Maybe I can just pick it up before the zombie does anything. I don't know. Whatever, let's just see.
Shit. Oh, sorry about this.
I don't know if that did not seem necessarily consistent, but maybe somehow it is.
Shit. Oh, sorry about this.
Get the knife instead of more space. Knife costs 5. You mean left side on the way out? Oh, okay. Like after you pick it up?
Weird. How do people normally get in here? Oh, sorry about this.
All right. A Cuban? No. Going after the guy drops from table. What table?
I can heard from that small intestine.
Hey, Super Hot, thank you for the Prime sub. What's the point of even picking up heals if you just die in one hit to everything anyways? I mean, that's, you don't always die in one hit, but like... I guess if we go for this first before he starts hitting the lights.
Jesus.
Just do that. Just kill 3 fucking people with 1 shot. What? Bro, where's the Yeah, it seems pretty nice, Spicy. Oh, I should have kept my infinite ribbon. I guess I could make one. Watch all 3 become blister heads. Well, they all got their heads popped off, no? Probably want the lockpick. Yeah, Spicy. I can imagine. Yeah, getting all 3 with 1 shot there is kind of nuts. I wonder if that was RNG though, like them lining up like that. Seems like it could be consistent though. And I guess we could try again. Did I miss the pistol, Spicy? Or is it still coming up? Seems like if you're behind a zombie, you can dodge them pretty reliably. Oh, is it in here? Oh. Dude, when I pick up items, my mouse goes off my fucking monitor. And I'm like clicking on my other monitor. Alright, well. Is cursor lock not on by default? Where would that even be? Try the dot site perspective. Yeah. Oh, I see.
Jesus.
It's like we hit her, but not. Oh, there's a coin in there. Dude. How? That is fucking absurd that she can... Dude, she grabbed me and she grabbed me 2 times in a row and I didn't even slow down for a split second. Toyo, thank you for the 4 months. Well, oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead.
This is bad.
I mean, this is fucked. I need to try this again. And it seems like you could probably get away with, like, while that guy's... I mean, did you figure out any way to get past this guy, Spicy, or... I feel like you have to bait him out. Like, there's just no choice. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Tutoring me? I'm asking him a fucking question. like spicy fucking running to get, you know, I'm gonna avoid getting, okay. Avoid getting one guide here.
Jesus.
The fuck? How do they expect you to fucking dodge these zombies when you're this fucking slow? Like... They expect you to have a knife and what? Just get grabbed on repeat? Bro, I'm going the wrong fucking way again. I wonder if you could probably have a makeshift knife at this point though if you picked up... I think there's a scrap you can get when you go through the first section and you go get the red jewel or whatever. I don't know, man. Hold on. I wish I could, like... I wish I had a fucking key... Maybe I should turn on... I mean, I don't want to use cheat engine yet, but it's like... Holy fuck, I move so slow, I just want to... We're waiting at the door for them to line up.
Jesus.
I'm like getting 2 most of the time, but not 3. Alright, let's just grab the bracelet. Let's not go in that room, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, shit!
And I'm dead. And I'm dead. And I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead, dead. Just keep dying. I'm going to the fucking bathroom, chat. All right. Any small pots at all on the west side of the building?
Jesus.
Why does this guy always survive? Wait, what do you mean small pots? What is a small pot? Oh, you mean the bottles? Yeah, I don't know. There's like no fucking bottles on this difficulty salad for some reason. Yeah, you're talking about the empty bottles? Yeah, they like don't fucking exist. No? What, you mean like these breakable things? Yeah, I know they have stuff in them, but how am I supposed to fucking break them? Press F? Oh my god, how did I not get hit there? Bro, what do you... Oh my god, dude! Like we could have a pistol right now, but grabbing the first pistol is so toxic. I have a knife if I wasted a Requiem shot. God, why am I going this way again? Could use the Freya gun they give you along with the knife. I'm not using it because I wanted to do this playthrough on new game without all of the bonus items. Because if you... Okay, the thing is, if you use the Freya gun and the infinite knife, then on Leon, you should just use the infinite rocket launcher with infinite ammo. So it's like... I don't really want to do that. Not that I have it unlocked anyways, but... Hypothetically, you would.
Jesus.
Okay, that was a good shot. Wait. Bro, why is Big Man so fucking far behind? Cool, dude. Was I too fast? Can I not save after grabbing the pistol? Yeah, I mean, I could go back. Yeah, I could go back to Central Hall after I grab the pistol. It's unplayable without the knife, yeah. Comparing rocket launcher with infinite ammo to using the knife are very different things. Yeah, but they're not, though, in the scheme of a speed run. Like, what you're not understanding is that if you were, like, if you're gonna use the knife, yeah, okay, like, you could just not use the rocket, like, arbitrarily. But I'm saying, in a speed run, if you were to do New Game Plus, then you would just use the infinite rocket launcher on Leon the entire time. That's the thing. And the thing is, I don't like, I don't, okay, for anybody who's confused, like, why are you doing this, dude? Just use the knife, use the thing. All of the other RE games I've played, Resident Evil 3 Remake, RE4 Remake, frickin' RE7, RE8, the hardest difficulty, you can play on New Game, and it's not that bad. Not like this, where you die in one shot to a fucking zombie. This is different? Clearly. With the others, you have access to a higher difficulty without beating the game. Not Inferno. I don't think you can play Inferno in RE3 on your first run. But Inferno gives you a Magnum. People are interested in seeing how it plays with the knife. I mean, all that's different if I have the knife is that I don't die in one hit. But that doesn't make the zombies less bullshit. They're still gonna fucking hyper grab me. It's not like having the knife makes me faster. I can't dodge the zombies easier with the knife. I can't parry them with the knife. And the thing about New Game Plus in this as well is that you have these things like you can buy items that buff you like permanently, which is also kind of weird. Like you can buy this, which then makes it so you just get more credits per kill as Leon. This one is this one is for Grace. I don't know. It's all so weird because you have these weapons on Leon, but you have to buy them. They're like Leon doesn't have an item box, so it's just very different because in all the other Resident Evil games, the New Game Plus weapons get put into your item box. They're not something that. But Leon doesn't have an item box, and you can actually buy them. So I guess I have no idea, like, how is the, like, how do you even define a new game? Like, I guess you just don't allow you just don't allow anything from the shop, like, including the buffs, I guess, as well. I mean, I don't know. Like, how do you define new game or
Resident
this difficulty?
Evil.
And the thing is, if let's say you wanted to run new game and you weren't allowed to have any buffs from the shop, then, or like any weapons from the shop, well, I guess mainly the buffs, like you can't get rid of or turn off the buffs. They're just a permanent upgrade. So you would have to reset your entire save data just to even run new game. I guess you would just allow the buffs. That's just so awkward. Yeah, but is that how RE5 and RE6 is, Salad? They didn't design this game for speedrunners? Sure, and I'm not saying the game is bad because of it. I can still talk about it, though. To do new game, you have to have a... But do you have to beat the game once to be able to play on, like, professional difficulty? Like, is there a new game professional? Or what is it called in Resident Evil 5? Yeah, Salad. Okay, so just in terms of order, right? You get the level 1 bracelet, and then you go through this door, I think, right? The one near the kitchen, which takes you to the garage, and then you get the organ. And then you go to the garage gets you the organ and the wrench, right? And then you take the wrench to cold storage. And then you get the other organ. And then you come back here. And then you get level 2 access. Yeah, I guess there is no point in grabbing the acid here right now. Because you're gonna have to come back to this area anyways, right? I didn't feel like that was a bad shot. Guess it was. Turbo zombies from Code Veronica? I don't know. It's just so crazy to me that they made the zombies one-shot you on this difficulty. Like that, I don't know. That's just insane. And especially because there's no, it's not like there's anything, there's no like bonus items that you can get to even like increase your health. Maybe if you get enough steroids, you don't die in one hit. It's called insanity. Yeah. I don't know. Just this, I feel like the zombies in this game are the fastest out of like any fucking game, any RE game. And you're like the slowest you've ever been.
Jesus.
Epic. You know, that one time that fat guy didn't come down, did he aggro when I grabbed the bracelet? I wonder if it's somehow possible to grab... Maybe I should go to the left here. I wonder if it's somehow possible to grab the bracelet and like skip the trigger for that guy spawning. And then just like grab the acid right away. Probably not, but...
Jesus.
I don't know, man. I don't know if these zombies line up consistently, to be honest, but it's hard to say. my bad. I thought maybe I could just... Dead. I mean, maybe getting a triple hit here is like consistent. I don't know. I will aim at the chest. Let's see. Oh, I shot off that guy's arm. Guess they weren't lined up quite right. Let's not stair skate down the stairs. I mean, we need to bait out the zombie. It's just... I don't know, man. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should just fucking use the fucking infinite... Or the infinite knife and the fucking SMG. The pistol. It's the one I didn't kill from the trio, I know. What's the point of the herb if I'm gonna get one shot? Good question.
Jesus.
You have to increase your max health, but I can't get enough coins to even do that yet. Also, there's no steroids in the parlor. You can't even increase your health with max coin or with antique coins. Because it's replaced with the knife. Well, yeah, there's a recipe you can craft. What's in there? 30 handgun ammo and a knife that makes enemies produce more blood. Yeah, if you get grabbed in the... I actually don't know. You have to get grabbed at like on the side, I think. It's like, depends on the way the zombie grabs you. I forgot to grab the coin that was in the tree. $15 ammo. Yeah, I got the coin at the start of the game. No, it's 3 ammo in the other pot. If you're talking about in the room where I picked up the pistol, only 3 ammo. This difficulty is bullshit, Buck. Like, I actually don't know what they were thinking. I'm not full HP. You act like that even matters. It's just, it's crazy that they decided to make it so it's a one-shot from, like, anything. I've not had full HP then. Alright, fine. I will go fucking get grabbed by a zombie with full fucking health just to show you that it doesn't fucking matter. No, for this is a crime. Oh, man. I'm in green health now. Yippee. I wonder if it would be possible to get enough coins. I mean, I could have 4 coins right now. Maybe I could have 5 if... Actually, wait. I don't think I picked up the one that was on the piano. Because if I had 5 coins right now... I could buy the knife. I might reload. As much as I don't really want to. It's fine. We're an expert at this part now, guys. Route the knife over the inventory slots. I'm pretty sure you need those inventory slots. Why do they get to double grab? I guess if they do the slow grab, you have to just know that they're gonna do a second one, unless it's RNG whether or not they double grab. In RE3 Inferno they double grab, but in RE3 Inferno you had a dedicated dodge button. In this game you're as slow as a fucking snail. There's 3 coins in a safe with the zombie who falls down from the medical. Yeah, that's true. The coin isn't on the piano in this difficulty. It's difficulty based. Let's see. I wonder if the code for the safe is different as well on this difficulty.
The cavities of the spine are beautifully empty.
What was this one? 30, 10, or wait. What was it? 30, 10 something? That was the correct code for the other difficulties, but it's 30, 10, 80? I don't think so. Pretty sure it's just different. There's an empty injector there in the kitchen. Oh, there's a coin in the kitchen that I missed. And in the waiting room. Well, shit, I could have had enough coins then. Man, we're gonna be stuck here forever, chat. Okay, so there's a coin right there. I needed to just keep running, I guess. When they do that slow grab, I think you just have to keep running. You asked Google to see the answer and it gave it to you. Yeah, what's the safe code? I'm sure the AI was super consistent.
Fine.
There was no other coin in here, right? I don't think so. I want to make sure I get all the coins.
I hate this place. What if I can't get out?
So there was the one coin in the kitchen, and then where was... Oh yeah, it was in the waiting room. Oh yeah, and there was also the empty injector in the kitchen. Good boss. Thank you for the sub.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
That's my bad. You grab the card first. Thank you for the 3 months, Zeno. Thought I wanted to get the knife. I do want to get the knife.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
I buy the pouch because having inventory is useful. The knife also costs 5 coins, and I have 4.
Weird. How do people normally get in here? Oh, sorry about this.
That's bad. God, I'm not supposed to go there. There's 0 coins in here on this difficulty. Okay, hold on. I'll open this first. I got bad habits. Okay.
Shit. Oh, sorry about this.
Same as the infinite ink ribbon. Dude, the ink ribbon. Just, I'm gonna crash out soon. Like, I'm just testing the fucking game. I don't want to have to run around and collect blood just to make ink ribbons. Did you guys say it was 20, 30, 50? Or... Okay, everybody's just saying random numbers, I guess. Wow, there's actual... I'm actually kind of shocked.
Jesus. What the fuck? How do you go through the, man, how do you go through that room?
Greed killed me again. What was I supposed to do?
Weird. How do people normally get in here? Oh, sorry about this.
Ignore the vase? Okay, and then I have no handgun ammo. And then I can't stun the zombie that's blocking the pathway to the security door. While there's a giant guy with a fucking butcher axe behind me. Or cleaver. Oh, I don't know, man. This difficulty is actually fucked. It genuinely is. I don't know. It really does feel like the game does not want you to do new game for this at all. I'm not sure I actually need to open this, though. Wait, what was it? Oh, 90, not 80.
Jesus.
I think the triple kill here might be consistent. It's weird because I feel like they're not lined up, but it just works somehow. Oh my god. How do I get through this room? I really don't know. So the thing is, she's like facing me. The blood guy. Oh, the IV guy only aggroes when you break the vase. Okay. Yeah, let me try that then. I thought he aggroed regardless, but I guess I won't break the first vase. I'll break the second one after I grab the pistol. Yeah, let me, because I was breaking both vases when I was going the right side before. Just shoot her? With what? I don't think I need those coins, to be honest, guys. Well, thing is though, if I don't kill the doctor guy, then I don't have enough coins. Oh, these death animations are so long. This is actual pain, bro.
Jesus.
Oh, this guy didn't die, and now I'm not dead. Well, we haven't been on this difficulty for 9 hours. We've been on it for like 3 or 4. Oh my god, I can't even pick up some fucking bullets, bro. Like... What the fuck, man? I'll have to try sneaking past them. Yeah. I guess I can try to see if I can crouch past him. Once I smash it, the guy's gonna aggro. Yeah, but if... That's fine. I mean, that's fine.
That's your bladder. Oh.
I'll try to crouch past the guy. I'll see if that works.
Jesus.
What the fuck, dude? Where is he? Okay. Look, it has a ton of durability. Now this guy's in here. What? No way, dude. No. I guess I The book is gonna be important. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, I mean, there's probably other... Is there other safes that I could have opened already at this point? I don't know, I can't remember. Oh yeah, there's one next to the gun in the piano. Yeah, the singer... That singer room is so toxic, I could not figure out how to get through there. And when she screams, it basically just instantly kills you because you get stunned and the zombies fucking just eat you. Why didn't I use the knife just now? True. I mean, we could... use the bottle from the kitchen. There is no bottle in the kitchen, though. Not on this difficulty. There is an injector in the kitchen, though. Which... I can't remember. Where do you learn the recipe for the stabilizer and the health thing? Yeah, it's the green thing. Yeah, it's later. I mean, the reason this difficulty is giving me a lot of trouble is because I'm not using the New Game Plus stuff. Well, I mean, I think the difficulty would be pretty hard even with the New Game Plus stuff. But like, the thing is, you can get infinite ammo with New Game Plus. So, I mean, if you have... Because, like... There's a pouch next to the dining room. Yeah, there's a pouch, I don't know why it's not appearing on the map, but it's in, like, the filing room or something right here. You need level 1 security for it. Or no, it's this room right here. Which you can grab that on the way to the cold storage. But... Because I mean, like, here, because it says this is a machine pistol, right? It's like, imagine having this with infinite ammo on this difficulty. You know what I mean? I'm actually shocked he didn't bite me there. No, the knife breaks, but it has a lot of, it has like an insane amount of durability, it looks like. No, you can't scrap it.
What the fuck?
And put the, I thought I put the infinite ribbon away. It's not though. No save? Bro, I just made a save fucking 2 seconds ago.
What the fuck?
He's not dead? It's actually good. Right?
Why is it still moving? Give me a fucking break. Oh, fuck.
Shot 29 on the roulette table and got an item. I think you can actually just bet with the table, because I've shot the 29 and it literally doesn't do anything. Are you sure? When the guy shot the 29, did he actually get 29 and that's why it gave him an item? Also, I don't know. No, spicy, not yet. Can you not just bet on like red or black for like a 50% chance then? Has to be the number. Oh, there's only 3 numbers it rolls, I see. Wait, what's up here? Thing is, unless you kill the zombie, you're not gonna get the fucking knife back as well. So it's like, is it really worth collecting 5 coins just to get a knife that we're probably not gonna get back because you have to kill the fucking zombie? You know what I mean? Probably better just to pick up 2 scrap and make a makeshift knife. The empty bottle stun zombies? Normally, yes. Is there an item here? Getting the coins is on the path. Yeah, true. Though the thing is, there's a scrap. There's a scrap in the custodian's office, and then there's also a scrap. There's a scrap in the office where you use the corrosive, but... What's in here? We don't have the blood collector yet. So we skipped the room with it. Honestly, it's probably better just to get the upgrade for the blood instead of the knife. Not quite, Bach. Oh, there is a makeshift knife in here. Oh, and this is the one that... Okay, honestly, you probably need to come in here and grab this thing, I would say. Because, like, you... I imagine, as Grace, you want to be able to craft the mag ammo. Surely he won't grab me, right? I love how there's just literally, like, the enemies just chain attack you and chain... Like, the same fucking enemy can grab you twice in a row. Like, seriously, what the actual fuck is that? This is insanity. True. You like what is this? Seriously, what is this? Bro is fucking not even looking towards me. And he's like, oh, zoom, fucking zoom 180 fucking magnet grab. Get fucked. Yeah, I know where the blood device is. Those guys always in the same spot. Yo, Mr. Miro, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling like maybe we should have the blood injector at this point. So we can, like, suck up the blood that we come across and maybe use steroids or something. I don't know, dude. Oh god, I'm dead. Can also insta-kill the chef. At what point? Or do you just mean in general? Well, yeah, I mean, I know, like, once you... But I'm saying, like... When are you gonna... I guess I'm just wondering, is there a good spot where he's facing away from you? Because I can't really... Because can you use the hemolytic thing even if they're aggroed to you? Isn't it like only if they don't see you? Yeah, I guess we should grab the blood thing. Go for it now. Well, I kind of want to just load back. I don't know, we're just gonna be stuck in care center forever. Fuck it, dude. I guess I didn't need to do this part again, but whatever. This part doesn't actually seem too bad.
I hate this place. What if I can't get out?
This is where you were stabbing him. Oh, interesting. I feel like he was in a different spot for me though when I was because I load save. So were you not making a save here? You were just going straight? Like, were you doing the whole segment in one go? Well, actually, that's after you get the blood stuff. Anyways. I see. The thing is, though, so I guess you grab the item pouch the second time through when you come back for the key. I guess that makes sense, because you have to go in there anyways. Gives you 2 coins as well. Yeah, okay. Right, we saw, well, we...
Shit. Oh, sorry about this.
Tab where you go to use the wrench, I see. I don't know if I need all these coins. I guess having the 200 blood is probably good. I don't know, dude. Oops. Like, in what world is this okay? How is this okay? Like, oh, you got fucking, you didn't get killed. Oh wait, you're still dead anyways. Like, bro, it's not like I even got stuck. I'm moving, I get grabbed, I get the side grab, I move directly away from him relative to where he grabbed me, and he still hits a second grab, bro. What the fuck? The thing is, chat, this difficulty, like, the reason this is so difficult is because I'm not using New Game Plus stuff. You could have an infinite ammo SMG pistol at this point, which is probably what the devs intended you to use here. But the thing is, all of the other games are, like, fairly reasonable even to do without the New Game Plus stuff. Voss was fine. I mean, well, okay, maybe Voss wasn't fine because, like, you couldn't... In Voss, you couldn't really afford to kill all of the enemies. But the enemies didn't kill you in one hit. Thing is, if I grab this, then this zombie is gonna be... There's blood in here too, right? Like a bucket. Oh yeah, the bucket's right.
Jesus.
It's making me try to suck up all the blood. Wait, you need to do the analysis to get the hemolytic thing. I guess if we get 2 coins from killing the other guy, we probably don't need to open up the safe. Oh, I don't know, man. It's all so confusing.
This might be useful.
Do they not give you the supplies to make the injector here? I thought you got like a scrap or something. No? Oh wait, maybe in the locker? Guess I'm still alive, truthfully.
Jesus.
Always the one guy that doesn't die, dude. Oh. It's fine, we just gotta bait him out. I feel like I got lucky there. I didn't even need that coin. Hard to pick up the well, actually you don't even need the coin from this guy, to be honest. Doesn't really matter. Bro, I have been in this fucking area for like 4 hours. This is absurd. I mean, part of it is because I'm obviously just testing stuff, but still. Like we could be past this at this point, or at least, well, where we are right now. Hold on, sorry, one sec.
This might be useful.
Were you doing it on New Game, Giordano? Like, were you not using the NG Plus stuff, or? I see. Oh yeah, the locker. Oh my god, chat. And I'm dead. And I'm dead. And I'm dead again.
This might be useful.
I'm having so much fun. Every time I dodge a grab, I'm just expecting them to grab me again and kill me anyways. See, dude, like, how is that? It's so weird because I feel like whenever my aim is not good, I get the triple kill, and like right there, that looked good. And then somehow, like, I don't know, they're fucking a lot. Two of them live. I don't get it, dude. Yeah, Ruiner, I had the same thing happen.
That's your bladder. Go home.
This might be useful.
And if Ella actually tries to do this permadeath, he is gonna be in for a fucking awful time, I reckon. See, like, dude, okay.
Jesus.
Like, dude, go and... Where's the fuck... Whatever, we don't need the coin. Can somebody clip that? Like, somebody fucking clip that. I need to see... what it looked like. Because, dude, I swear they're not even fucking close to each... Like, they're not even close to being lined up. Yeah, it's like if I have a shotgun. It's so weird. Okay, let's see if we crouch when we enter here, is the guy gonna be gone again? Yep. I guess it just has an insane, like... This difficulty is just absolutely fucked. It really is. It's just like, you literally aren't allowed to make mistakes. Any mistakes. Because everything kills you in one hit. Not balanced around New Game at all. I mean, even in New Game Plus, everything is gonna kill you in one hit. Like, yeah, you could have infinite ammo Which I guess that's the reason why it's like, okay, well, if the player has infinite ammo and an SMG, let's make them get killed in one hit. But you need to murder everything so you don't die. I don't feel like there's enough fucking ammo to kill everything. Leon probably doesn't get one shot. You can craft 30 bullets in one go. You craft 30 bullets at once? Well, you probably craft 30 bullets at once because that's how many bullets. Like, yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how much they intended you to do New Game Plus for this. Because, like, if you can craft 30 bullets at one, I mean, that's how many bullets the frickin' NG Plus pistol thing has. It has 30 ammo capacity, so I guess that's why they give you so much ammo when you craft. I didn't realize that, though. I mean, we've been picking up the recipe here for the handgun ammo crafting. Boss was intended to be New Game Plus. Not to this extent. Said this hours ago. Well, it doesn't really make a difference for me, regardless. I already fucking looted the locker, dude. What, so there's another recipe that crafts 30 at a time? Is that what you're saying? This one's just 8. I mean, I don't know, Salad. I feel like maybe they do actually see the flashlight. Wait, what was? There was literally. Wait, can somebody clip that? It literally just gave me a hint about it. What did it say? One of the tips we got was to survive insanity mode, head to special content to obtain new weapons and unlock advanced tuning for weapon parts. Hold on, what was this tip? Zombies won't change their behavior in response to flashlights. That's literally what the tip said. Like the game is fucking listening to us. What they mean by behavior, like they're not gonna aggro to you differently because of your flashlight, like you guys were just insinuating.
This might be useful. The thing is, it looks like he's reacting to my flashlight here, though. Like he's putting his hands up to like block the light. But I guess it's just a coincidence. Dude, I don't understand. I'm so fucking confused.
Rotate the pelvis.
This might be useful.
I guess we just turn on the light. Has it been this easy this whole time? Am I just an idiot? Probably. Cause can't we just hit this light switch here? I mean, I guess that kind of works, but...
Jesus.
Just hit the first one you pass on the way to Blood Room. Spicy, are you just sitting here with just watching me suffer with this knowledge? Are you enjoying this? I'm getting really fucking tired of this area right now.
Oh, good fucking god. I guess you just hit that switch ahead of time. I'll make sure to loot the locker. I mean, I liked the care center casually. On Insanity, it's absurd that they decided to make the zombies one-shot you. Like, it feels like there's, like, the zombies are just so oppressive in this. The fact that they it's like, they one-shot you, and they're also insanely fucking OP. Like, way more than any of the other games.
Jesus.
No, why did I fucking struck the blood? And I forgot to loot the locker. I'm fucking brain rotted from this shit, bro. You can hit the other one that's earlier? Oh. I didn't even realize there was another one. I'm just fucking blind. Yeah, I know that there's different types of zombies. I know, dude. I'm aware that some of them can be fucking light switched. I know. Thank you. But clearly I don't know enough because apparently there's a light switch that I'm just running past. This one. Oh my god, guys, we're doing it. Wow.
This might be useful. Jesus.
Great. It's not done. Why is turning around in this game so fucking awful, bro? Oh, you have to like, I just hate how slow it's so slow. It's like so bad compared to RE4 Remake. I feel like when you turn around, you genuinely need to just want like 180, because if you can turn around quickly, if you 180. But like in RE4, you could like aim the gun and then it's just the like look at this like animation for turning around. It's button for quick turn. Yeah, but that's really slow. I mean, maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe it's not as slow. Like, the best way to turn around is just to do like a 180.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're in first person chat, then you can't see what the fucking zombie is doing when you turn around to get away from it.
The right lung has lost all common sense.
This might be useful.
Jesus.
I don't know, man. It feels like it's just fucking random if I can get all three here. I don't feel like my aim is necessarily bad here, but maybe it is. I don't fucking know, dude. I shouldn't use it. I guess I didn't... Well, he drops a bag, actually, so I guess that's fine.
Let's do
I mean, the thing is, if I didn't kill that guy, he was... Well, maybe I could have... He was facing the wall, so maybe I could have crouched and gotten past him. I don't think he's always facing that way, though. Well, I mean, you wouldn't save here in the speed run or anything, obviously, but... Thing is, I don't have enough blood. I'm missing 10, and I'm also missing a scrap, so I'm not going to be able to kill the chef. Which that was the whole goal, was to kill the chef with the hemolytic. But it feels like the room with the pistol... It feels like the room with the pistol is fucking RNG. The zombies are just in completely random spots. Well, the chef drops 2 antique coins. Might be activating them the first time you walk through by walking so close to the wall. Oh, yeah. Maybe, but I mean, I don't know how you would be able to... How do you shoot all 3 zombies there in the head without fucking... Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't know how you're gonna... Yo, thank you for the raid, Trey. You shoot outside that room, they aggro. Yeah. I mean, what do you fucking do there then? I mean, because you kind of have to kill those guys. Good luck with this fun difficulty. Bro, this is like absolute bullshit. Grab the gun first. I mean, maybe. They follow. Seems very fun, fair, and balanced. Yeah. All of the above. It's just the like, I don't know. The routing for this run is going to have to be so perfect because at least from a speedrun perspective, like obviously we could already be past these parts if we were just, if our only goal was to just get past it. But I mean, if you get grabbed, you're just dead. Unless you have a knife. But I don't even know if you could have enough makeshift scrap or just enough scrap to make a makeshift knife at this point. I think the first scrap you get is in the room with the hemolytic thing or the blood collector. They give you tools, you're not choosing to use them. Yes. You guys are gonna make me fucking lose my mind. Yes, I know. Guess what? In Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 Remake, they also give you infinite ammo, but you don't have to use it to make the game not complete and utter fucking bullshit. Hey, Ark, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. There's a knife in a locker right after the dining room. Yeah, it's just the thing is all the items on, or I guess you're saying on this difficulty salad. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea just to go through with like, with the OP stuff and just figure out where all the loot is. Why didn't Capcom think of you when making this game? Yeah, it's crazy, man. All about me. Uh Yeah, Couscous. I'm just so shocked that they made it so you get one shot. Like that is just crazy to me. I mean, what like is there any other Resident Evil game where a zombie one-shots you if they grab you? Like a zombie, not like Inferno, there's some stuff that can kill you, but zombies don't. Hey, Napalm, thank you for the 30 months. RE5 professional. Right, yeah. I never played RE5 on professional. And yeah, I mean, RE3, you don't even get one shot and you have a dodge button. On normal, see, that's the thing. I bet that knife isn't even here. We can go check though. Where did you say this is? You go through a window? Wait, what's over here? Oh, this is just the shortcut. This difficulty was unlocked from the start. Yeah, that would be fucked. I kind of wish it was, though, because then you could actually do true new game. Oh, do you mean in this room there's a knife? I think maybe it's... Nope, it's gone. Of course it's gone. Why give the player anything? Let's just fucking make them get one shot by everything in the game. Grab the... Yeah, I managed to do that couscous, but I was not able to do it consistently. Was Trey, like, able to do it multiple times? Because I don't know, the one of the zombies there was just randomly... He was just really random. He did it once, okay. Because yeah, I did it once and I was like, oh, this might be consistent. And then I tried it again and I got fucking destroyed multiple times. I mean, maybe it is Koos. Maybe with the right line. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there will be consistent strats figured out for most of the rooms. It's just gonna take time. It's a playthrough or speedrun routing. Well, it was supposed to be both, but speedrun routing this is proving to be quite difficult. I mean, the thing is, I'm doing a casual playthrough on New Game. I don't want to use the New Game Plus stuff, but it is turning out to be really awful. Hey, Oni 30, thank you for the 38 months. You can't do true new game yet again? Yeah. What are you supposed to do with one bullet other than speedrun? Yeah, that's also true. I mean, at least if you're on new game. I mean, I'm not getting defeated. I'm a bit tired today at this point, but... And the worst part is these death animations, you can't even retry. It's like, alright, you get one shot and you get to sit there for 20 seconds waiting for your character to die. RE2 was like that. Yeah, but you didn't die in one bite in RE2. I mean, we could already be past this part. It's just because we've gone back a bunch to test stuff and grab different things. Yeah, you do feel very defenseless as Grace. You're slow, you have no dodge. Your turning speed is the worst out of like the entire series. It's just it's so hard to fucking dodge as this character. It's crazy. Did I not pick up the empty injector in the kitchen? Didn't. No parry, yeah. It's brutal. Oh, wait, we want to go upstairs. Seems like they always spawn there. Which is good at least. I thought maybe if I spammed there I could use the hemolytic thing on him, but yeah, see, that's the problem. If you don't, why not use the recipe in the machine here? Wait, where? Next to the door where you find it. Oh, right. Yeah, no, you're right. I should. I'm a little tired today. Or, well, at this point, I should say. I was gonna use it and then I didn't. I'm just on such fucking autopilot at this point, dude. What am I doing? I should probably call it a day soon, Chad. I feel like I'm just not all there. I'm just not there mentally right now. What are the steps for this? Oh. See, why is the chef not here? I guess because I used the analyzer, like that extra time. And we have 2 scrap. Maybe we make a knife at this point. Oh, the chef is fucking back, though. Oh, there's a transfusion bag in there. Then from here we need to go back to the blood lab. Wait, did I not... Is this save? Turning knives into scrap. The thing is, this difficulty doesn't fucking give you knives, Couscous. All the knives are, like, removed from the fucking game. There isn't a single knife that I've found that I'm able to pick up. Well, I don't know if yet, like, so far. Because there's a knife that you normally get after the dining room, but that knife isn't there. And then the pistol that's next to the the pistol that's normally next to the dining room table is also gone. There was one in the room with the green tubes. Oh yeah, no, you're right. There was one there. And then I'm trying to remember where are the lock picks used? Because isn't there... I think there's one in the East Wing lobby here. Can you use the injection instead of the knife when you get grabbed? No. Maybe? Next to the bathroom with the cleaner. I'm having a rough time here, Zeke. Yeah, this gray section is so brutal. I can't believe they decided to make you get one shot by zombies and also make the zombies fucking like... The zombies in this game are insane. You move so slow in this game and the zombies are so fast. I'm sure this difficulty will be fine. Like, it's just gonna take time for people to figure stuff out. The problem is, every time I, like, get further in this difficulty, I just want to go back and try something different, or, like, grab something different. Yeah, couscous, that's true. Hold on. So you said... Yeah, it is surprising there's no in-between difficulty, though, because... I mean, they did that for, like, all the other games. Okay, wait, so you said there's a knife by the bathroom? Oh, well, there's a knife there, too. Yeah, getting a knife there is pretty nice. Actually, don't die to grab if you grab that knife. There goes the knife. Yeah, well, better than fucking dying. If you grab the knife, though, are you able to run past this guy? There's a coin in the meat. Yeah, I forgot to grab it this time. And I know that you can run past him the first time he goes to hit the switch, but that's the thing, if you don't want to die in one hit, you need to pick up the knife, but then if you pick up the knife, you can't run past the fucking guy. Right? Unless... Suga, thank you for the 11 months. Or wait, do you mean the meat? You're talking about this coin right here, right? Or is there another one? If I hit the switch first, does that work? And if you get grabbed from behind, you just die instantly. Unless they grab you from the side. And if I wait, can I get past? then that guy's behind me. I mean, I guess you could try to bait out the grab from the zombie. I don't know, it's like I want this knife, but if I grab the knife, then I can't get the free I can't get past the zombie for free. Just shoot him. I really don't think you want to shoot this guy with the Magnum. And dodge the butcher by doing the push on the cart. Yeah, I mean, sure. If you want to, like, spend 45 seconds getting past this guy. Yeah, but now I'm fucking dead because the butcher is here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like if you grab the knife, you're just fucked. So I guess... I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem... Like, if I hit the light switch, it doesn't seem like it matters. Do I need the knife? Well, the knife prevents you from dying in one hit. But you don't technically need it, no. Can I stagger him with a poke? With the knife? I mean, I could try. I think the magnet grab is just gonna get me. Pick up the knife to use the knife here. Yeah, I don't know. This is fucking absurd. God, this shit is this is unfucking believable. I guess you just don't get the knife. Why is he not going for the light switch? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Try to shoot his leg twice. I don't have a pistol. You can't. I mean, can you try ducking his grab? No, I don't think you can duck anything. I never said it was impossible to speedrun. It seems like I don't know how you're supposed to grab this knife though. And still get out of here unscathed. At least with the butcher being on you. I don't think stabbing him is gonna do anything. And you can't sneak attack if that's what you're saying. I mean, I can try to crouch. Can you have a pistol at this point? No. You can't. I guess you just can't get that knife. I don't know.
You try baiting him first? I think if I spend the time going to bait him, the butcher is gonna kill me. I mean, whatever. Optimally, you wouldn't even want the knife anyways, but... The devs want you to use your mag bullet here. I don't think the devs wanted you to do anything other than just use the fucking infinite ammo. Like, you can almost make it, but... Why not waste a bullet on the butcher guy? Because the butcher guy doesn't die to a bullet. It literally does nothing to him. You shoot him in the head, he doesn't stagger. It just... nothing happens. It's just a waste of a bullet. The thing is, chat, there's a later section in the game where there's 3 zombies in a hallway, and you can use this one magnum shot to kill all 3 zombies with 1 shot. And if you don't kill those zombies, then you have to first off get past the 3 zombies somehow, and then you have to get past them again on the way back. So you have to dodge a 3 stack of zombies twice if you waste the mag ammo here. How do you get past this dude? You just don't pick up the knife, and then it's completely free. Stealth? The zombie is facing our direction. I mean, again, And how am I supposed to stealth with the butcher chasing me? Obviously, the knife just isn't... I guess you just can't get the knife. I don't know. I thought the knife might be nice to have because it would prevent a one-shot, which would be very useful, at least in a speedrun, where if you die, it's probably an instant reset. So, you know, not dying instantly would be kind of nice. There are more knives in that one, that's true. And get that knife on the way back. I don't think you go back through this area. Maybe you do though, and I'm forgetting. He didn't do the double though. How do you deal with these zombies? It's just they're so slow, and then it's just like boom, just insta grab. Like it's just fucking absurd, man. And the thing is, it's like they only double lunge if they know they're going to kill you.
Like, if you're far enough away to avoid the double lunge, then they don't do it. Thought I already mapped this part out. I mean, I kind of did. There was a gun on the floor. Yeah, they got rid of it on this difficulty because fuck you. Fuck us, I guess. Let's give the player 1 bullet and no guns and make them run past like fucking 8 zombies. That instantly killed him. To be fair, a lot of the zombies are like actually consistent to get past at least. They're not all bad. This guy on the staircase you have to dodge. And then I'm trying to think. Yeah, the stair zombie is troll. Get like an empty bottle and 1 magnum shot. I don't even know where you get the can you have an empty bottle at this point? Insanity no hit run would be fun. I mean, that's basically what the difficulty already is. I actually think when you get out of the clinic, it's going to get easier. Because once you make it further in the clinic, you're going to get steroids to get more health, which maybe prevent the one-shots. And then you're also, like Leon, I don't think Leon gets one shot either. I think the clinic is just going to be really probably you passed over a bottle before because you had no space. But not at this point of the game. At this point of the game, I don't think you can have a bottle. Like at the start. You meant in the clinic? Well, I mean, we're in the clinic. The clinic is the entire area. Save the bottle from the very start. Spicy said where it is. Huh? There's a bottle in the first Grace part with the big girl. Is there though, Spicy? Because that bottle you're talking about isn't there on Insanity, I'm pretty sure. Like the one in the like it's on the table, it's moved. Oh, okay. Try using stealth more. Yeah, listen guys, I'm well aware that like if I wasn't trying to actually do speedrun strats here, I'm sure we would be out of this area by now. It's just fun. I mean, it's frustrating, but also fun to see how to do the sections reliably. All right, I'm like really fucking tired, chat, and all these like all the constant backseating, like offering advice is like driving me fucking mad. So I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I'm fucking super tired. I'm super tired. Should have turned off my stream like 2 hours ago. I'm just like fucking going in circles right now. We'll come back to this tomorrow and with like a fresh mind. I am not. I'm just fucking exhausted. After streaming 14 hours yesterday.